Wizard of Wishaw, it's John Higgins. And joining him, a player bidding for his 23rd ranking title. Please welcome the jester from Leicester, it's Mark Selby.
The stage is set. This is the quintessential clash of tactical titans, proper players in a proper final. Together, they are two of the very best of British, head-to-head for British Open glory. We could not have a better climax to what's been a wonderful week. So, Ken, any predictions?
Well, I'm going to predict it's going to be a great final, Phil. It could go either way, but yeah, two great champions, as you mentioned, both quintessential match players of the highest degree. And what a setting, what a day, and what a venue as well here in Cheltenham, the Centaur.
Yeah.
Crowds have been brilliant all week,
Massively.
and I'm sure they're all
Thank you. The first frame.
really looking forward to
Max
this,
Selby to break.
as we are here in the commentary box, Phil. Max Selby gets us underway. Best of 19 final.
Look at the tournament total points. Higgins just 10 more than Selby. In terms of their pathway to the final, it's been arduous for Mark Selby, apart from a walkover against Lim Kok Leong in the second round. He's won 23 frames, lost 16. John Higgins has played an extra match and lost just 6 frames to get here.
Yeah, and I think both players have got better as the tournament has gone on. Max Selby certainly produced some of his best snooker last night when Mark Allen came back at him. He's looked good. He's had a lot of final frame deciders this week, Mark Selby. He's been really put to the test and showed his class. But I'm sure both players are really looking forward to this test. He's got away with that. Better result there. Nothing left on into the right centre. Just a safety shot for Mark Selby. Yeah, I mean, it's not only a test of their talent and skill, but a test of their resolve, patience, concentration. Bottle. That's what it'll come down to in the end.
And also, Ken, you know this from your own personal experience. Of course, you want to win matches comfortably, but if you survive one decider after another, it does wonders for how good you feel about your own game and your ability to cope with anything.
Yeah, it gives you great confidence. Everything has been thrown at Mark Selby this week. He's come through it, flying colours. John Higgins might be a bit fresher, there's no doubt about that. His semi-final against Ollie Lyons. Didn't lose a frame, and of course he had the night off as well, so could play a little part in it if this match goes close. be just such an intriguing match between, well, two of the greatest match players that have ever played the game, no doubt. Both have ultimate respect for each other, but both of them are just so clever. Particularly in the safety department. Both wonderful scorers and break builders, potters. It's going to be a battle of strategy as well. That's what I'm really looking forward to. As much as anything else, Phil.
Yeah, they're so similar in terms of their modesty, their style of play, their career achievements. There's one big difference, though. John Higgins still to book his place in the Champion of Champions. Mark Selby already there.
So, first slight mistake from John Higgins has left Mark Selby with a possible long pot here. Little fly. Don't kill it, Mark. Good shot. Good opener. Nicely on the brown as well. Always good to start off a final with a good long pot. Get first chance. And it's a decent one. At least another 4 reds in the open. Black will be waiting for him as well. He'll try and get that black on the spot as soon as possible.
And the first sentence I uttered was to describe these two as tactical titans, which of course they are. But they're also brilliant break builders. Mark Selby needs one more century to tie Judd Trump at the top of the list for the season.
Yeah, I think that's where the damage is done. They're both so astute in that break building department as well.
13.
Two of the best it's ever been. John Higgins already achieved his 1000th century
14.
milestone last week. Selby got a little bit to do before he gets there, but not too far behind.
$21. $22. $24.
Very soon he's got to be contemplating dislodging a few reds from that pack, and that's why he's had a quick look at the. When he pots this red, he's going to try and leave a little bit of an angle on the pink.
$25.
Now, what sort of an angle has he got on the pink? Well, it doesn't have any angle. It's too straight, so he's only got one last, unless there's a plant in the middle of that pack. One loose red available, just left-hand side. So this is his last chance. Well, that may be a possibility. A 3-ball plant. He was having a look at it.
31.
We played that nicely.
32.
Very nicely indeed. We did have a look at the plant. Now, we may not be able to go into them direct. May have to... Well, yeah, maybe can. Just only looking for 1 or 2 out here. Yeah, that was the problem. The angle wasn't great to go into them direct. I thought he may have played off 2 cushions with lots of top spin. Got a bit more power on the cue ball. It's gone wrong. So just a safety left for Mark Selby here.
Mark Selby, 37.
When Selby beat Dave Gilbert 5-4 in the quarterfinals, he started off. First scoring visit, 37, won that frame. When he goes this far in front, of course it's not decisive, but he's so good at safeguarding a lead, protecting.
Oh, this looks pretty good. A very good line. There's the length. Excellent. What a shot. 4 cushions. Almost inch perfect. And when I say that, tight behind the pink would have been perfect, but John Higgins got a pretty straightforward escape. Played off 2 cushions. The only problem here is the pace has to be good. Just nestle into that pack of 6 reds. Could play a 2-cushion escape and try and get the cue ball back to the ball, but I think if he plays at gentle pace, I think he's okay. He's not going to leave any reds on. All about the pace here. Looks a bit steamy. He's okay. Shot. Not much Mark Selby can do here. Only just trundle into the reds here. Maybe try and get one of these reds safe into the side cushion. It's not bad, but if he leaves touch and ball, then it's slight advantage to John Higgins. But at least Mark Selby has put that red safe on that left-hand side cushion. Could play a part further down the road if John Higgins does get a chance.
Defensively, that old phrase, when an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something's got to give. Well, it will, but it might take a while.
Yeah, you just saw Mark Selby mutter good shot under his breath. Because there's no path back the ball down the right-hand side. And he can't come off those reds around the pink spot. Because the blue is the blocking ball coming down the left-hand side. So maybe off. Try and nestle on this red. Just below the black, but once again, it's all about pace. Doesn't want to go by the red and leave it on. Oh, is he going to go by it? Oh, what a shot. Very, very, very good. There's been no complaints about the table, Phil, since they recovered it. It's playing so fast and beautiful. Both players got the pace already. John Higgins immediately taking this red back off the cushion. Once again, so important to block the path down this left-hand side.
This is a good commentary stint for you. Ken, you're playing John Higgins tomorrow night in the International Championship qualifiers. Spying mission.
Yeah. I'm sure he's quaking in his boots, Phil.
Foul and a miss.
Ooh.
John Higgins
Doesn't want
6.
to leave a free ball. I think he's okay. May put it back from there.
Back. You bring it up for the pink, please.
He's going to call a miss, I suppose. The fact that he's called a miss. I suppose he wants it back because he's already called a miss. And if Max Selby plays the same shot again, doesn't hit the red,
My right.
then he'll be warned.
No. And again, to the left. Just a bit more to the, touch more to the right.
My right.
Your right. Yeah, forward. Forward a ball. Half a ball. Half a ball forward. A touch, quarter ball to your right. And just a quarter ball forward.
It's like the Chuckle Brothers, this. To me, to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bit to the right, bit to the left.
Looking at where it is. I'm looking now. I can see it there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was the other shot. Okay.
Full ball to your right. Just half a ball to your left.
It might be the Chuckle Brothers, but the jester's not laughing.
Yeah. Okay with that. John?
Yeah, so he's
Thank
going
you.
to play the same
Good
shot
deal,
again. Two cushions, he's going to try and just clip that red on the right-hand side. Now, see, that's the difference. And that's, unless he
Foul and
leaves a
miss.
free ball here, almost the same shot.
John Higgins 6. Yeah.
So this time, that's why John Higgins put it back.
Can you bring it up again for that pink?
So now he
It's
will be
important, it needs to
warned,
be right.
and he's got to hit the red. And that makes a big difference now.
Yeah, when it's multiple balls being put back after a miss, it's very difficult for the referees. They've got to be so precise, and that's why they have to take every precaution to get the balls back in their precisely original position.
Yeah. Cue ball's just fractionally off.
It might seem a laborious process, but this is the entirely correct thing to do. Ben Williams, the referee. Julian Bell, the marker.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. John. Thank you.
Okay, the warning should come now.
Mark, I must warn you. Fail
There
to
you
hit the
go.
ball on this occasion, it will be the frame to your opponent.
So if he doesn't hit a red here, he loses the frame. So he probably has to take this red on. Oh, well, there you go. That's one way of solving that problem. Great shot.
After Mark Selby was warned he could lose the frame, John Higgins now on a warning. He could easily lose the frame without getting back out of his chair.
Nine.
Yeah, it's one of those situations of John Higgins saying, well, I don't mind him going for the odds against of him getting it, but what a shot he pulled out.
$16. $17.
Gone slightly wrong. Not ideal on the blue, not the right side. So, cue ball, it does take it in and out of ball. There's a bit of traffic there. The green off the spot doesn't help, so he may just drop this blue in and take the red from distance. Pink with the rest. Yellow it is. Cue ball has to travel quite a distance here. It's pretty good. Very, very good from there.
19.
But he's going to need another good one. This is missable. Virtually frame ball if he gets it.
$20.
Early indications very positive for Selby. It's not been a spectacular frame, but it's been very efficient.
Well, that was a wonderful shot, really,
27.
to get that much power in the cue ball off the side cushion. Of course.
28.
Dead straight cueing, and he's played it very, very well. Quick glance at the score, 53 ahead. Blue and one more red required. Seal the first frame.
$33.
When he pots from distance, and he's knocked two crackers in this frame, when he scores, we know he's been doing that with his defensive wall. How can you beat him?
$34.
At his best, he really is the complete player and the most ruthless winner imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, when he's playing like this, you know, all the
41.
facets of his game are all very high percentages. And that's what makes him so difficult to play
42.
against. Safety, his long potting, break building, all quality when he's on form and when he's confident. And that's what sort of scuppered him over the last little while. It's just his own
49.
sort of belief in himself. No matter what he's won, you know, he spoke about it very openly. Just
50.
as he said, it was quite rightly so. Confidence is a current thing. No matter what you've won over the years, if you're not feeling your best or you're not feeling confident, it comes and goes. But he seems to have gathered momentum this week, I feel, and got more confident as the week has gone on. Coming
55.
through all those tough matches, producing quality finishes in the last frame. And that gives you confidence.
56.
Never any doubt that.
You're spot on, Ken. All players crave confidence.
63.
But Selby is a confidence monster. When he's got it, he's ferocious.
I said a 63 in the front.
2 scoring visits. Breaks of 37, then from that cracking red, 63. 1-0 Selby. And for the Clive Everton Trophy. A lot was said at the top of the programme about how much Clive would have relished this final. And of course, he would. He held these two in the very highest regard. They played the game in the manner he appreciated most.
Yeah, I'm sure he's looking him down and enjoying this final as we are. How poignant it is as well. He passed what the players played for his trophy. Great tribute.
Wow.
Oh, now where's the red going to
Johnny
finish?
Full.
Well, you'd have to say it's a half chance for John Higgins. As we see this missed pot and then off again for Mark Selby. So first little test there, if it was cue action. Pot the red, hold for the black. Normally so proficient with this particular type of shot. Hasn't had much table time though. Well, that's better.
One.
Very good.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, played the red. In a way, he's just bringing other reds into play, but didn't want to lose the cue ball to the right-hand side cushion. It's far enough away from the cushion that he can sort of stun it, the black in, and create an angle for his next red. But yeah, he has to dig down on it. When you're digging down, makes the pot that little bit more difficult. He played it well. Played it very well. You see the ball bouncing.
16.
When it's bouncing, you know, it's just a bit more difficult to control. When you see the cue ball bounces before it hits the black, and even the black will bounce before it goes into the pocket.
$17.
This time he's got a wonderful angle on the black, and there's a lovely gap in between the reds, directly above the black. We can get into the middle of those reds. Oh, they should split nicely. Didn't get right into the middle, but he's okay. He's got a couple of options.
24. $25. Yeah, sure.
If you believe in omens, you'll fancy Higgins' chances today. He's won the British Open 4 times, the last twice, 2001, 2004. On both occasions, he completed 6-0 semi-final whitewashes. 2001 over Mark King, 2004 over Sean Murphy, and of course, he won yesterday's semi-final by whitewash as well. Another fine shot, Ken.
32.
Yeah, very similar to Mark Selby's in the previous frame. Beautiful cueing. Perfect on the red.
33.
Early signs, both players. In really good form. I think the red, just beneath the pink, will pot into this bottom right corner pocket. This time he's played a little cannon into the three reds and it's worked out a treat.
40.
Yeah, that was the red he was looking at. I think that does pot. He's giving himself, well, a wonderful chance now.
41.
Good long red to start. And within a few shots, that's the reds exactly where he wants them. So important, Phil, isn't it? You know, even in a best of 19 final, your opponent wins the first
48.
frame quite convincingly. You come back with a counter attack in the next, and then of course both players are settled
49.
in. This is good stuff. It sort of also sends a message to that man. If he makes a mistake, John Higgins gonna pounce.
Yes, before a ball was struck, it was one of those
56.
finals where you understood the bookmakers installing Selby as favourite. But John Higgins more than capable of ending that title
57.
drought, which extends back 3.5 years. When he won that Players' Championship in 2021, he was so dominant, so comprehensive in the way he dispatched opponents. You would have thought he would have won a handful of trophies since.
$64.
Yeah, that was another beautiful positional shot. The amount of pace he put into the cue ball, but didn't really travel that far. Just beautiful stun off the cushion.
65.
Now on the precipice here of getting his final off the mark. Black will put him 76 ahead. Just 75 on the remaining. So frame ball Black. Taking his time. Very good.
$72.
The reputation of Mark Selby precedes him. John Higgins desperate to pop one more red to gain vital security. Six reds still on the table, so 75 there. Selby, as it stands, needs only one snooker.
$73.
Yeah, and that will stop Mark Selby coming back to the table. That was important. And now he can concentrate on keeping the break going and hopefully make a century. It won't be easy. Great start to the final. Let's hope it's a case of Phil. Whatever you can do, I can do as well. That's what you want. Two great champions. Slugging it out in the final. Oh, he's missed the important one. But he's won the frame, I'm sure.
Just as we were getting excited about the possibility of a very big break, Higgins misses, but he does equalise.
Take your seats quickly,
But the
please.
fact remains, Selby needs total concentration to overcome John Higgins. First two frames shared. I think it's a sign of an excellent match to come.
So good. Worth another look. Beautiful. Right in the heart of the pocket. Is he on the black though? Is he low enough for this black? I think he is. It certainly wiped its feet.
Ken, so often when you hit this near jaw, the ball is repelled. Higgins delighted on that occasion. He just about flopped in. So it's, again, red-black for him. That's what he's doing at the moment. Red and then the highest value colour.
Thank you. 9.
Yeah, judge the pace. Once again, to perfection. Can he play the black and just nudge the red in front of it? Just trying to stay even on the red, just to the right of the black would be okay. Yeah, just a little nudge on the red. Has he lost the cue ball? Slightly.
$16.
This is not straightforward.
Yeah, sure.
Got to play with the spider. If he plays it just with topspin, I'm not quite sure what he can get on the black here. He may have to play a little cannon into the black, but that makes the shot even more difficult. Referee getting his eagle eye ready, just in case John hits that red with his cue. Yeah, he had to play the black, but he's played it really well. Excellent shot.
17. 24. $25.
Oh, this would be an interesting choice. Does he go up
32.
for blue? Does he try and stay on the black? If he tries to stay on the black, well, then you will know his intention. He's having a look at the pink. Looks like it's going to be pink, so no idea of maximum breaks on his mind. Well, he's going for the blue. But it's not 100% certain. Pink is slightly away from the reds, as you can see. Got to hit a full ball. Always need a bit of luck. It's not too bad. Red into the left centre.
38.
Real examination this. We've seen quite a few of this kind of pot miss this week. Often to that near jaw. Not this time. Centre cut.
39.
Oh, another wonderful shot from John Higgins.
41.
Could have been a little bit kinder. He's blocked the path of the black into the left corner. There you see it, so he's going to have to go up for Mr. Black. Yeah, I was going to say if the black potted into the
42.
right corner, but I don't think it did, so he had to go up for the blue. This time not top side, so cue ball has to go in and out of bulk. Another excellent shot from John Higgins. That is inch perfect. Well played.
47. $48.
Suddenly, after losing that first frame, Higgins just walked into the zone. Looks really good. They both do.
Yeah, and I think he's upped his game. You know, even in that semi-final, though he didn't drop a frame, he made a few uncharacteristic mistakes, missed a few pots. But he's definitely upped his game because,
53.
obviously, he's playing that man, and he needed to. He's looking
54.
very, very sharp indeed. A little bit of adrenaline. In the back arm there, he's over the cue ball for the blue into the right centre. May take the blue into the corner. Try and drop on that red just to the right of the black. No problem whatsoever. Great stuff this so far. Still a few pots away from winning another frame
59.
in one visit.
60.
Gone wrong. Tried to kiss that red, left to the black, get into the cue ball, didn't get enough screw on it. So only a safety now, just misses the red to hold for the black. Trying to put a colour safe, get some insurance, keep the pressure on.
John Higgins, 60.
Great break, nonetheless. Tapping the table from his opponent with appreciation.
And that is John Higgins and indeed Mark Selby all over. OK, the disappointment of losing position, but when they tried to get a colour safe, look where the brown is. Dead safe. Well, with all of the blacks being potted in the second frame, that was exciting stuff. But I think in terms of its construction, the 60 Higgins has just made there was perhaps a little better.
This would be a clever shot. Try and play the red off the cushion and dislodge the 4 reds. Bring them into play if you can. Not quite sure whether he's got the angle to do that. Yes, he has. And also get the cue ball safe. Excellent shot from Mark Selby. This is what you're up against, Phil. He's so clever. He sees all the shots, as indeed his opponent does. Never misses a trick.
Higgins will now want to start the process of messing up the frame, making it as awkward as possible. As for Selby, he wants the balls as open as possible to facilitate the counter-attack if he gets the chance.
One.
Very good pot. But he's 59 points behind. 59 remaining, so he needs colour. If he pots yellow and green, it doesn't means he doesn't have much to play with in regards points wise. But he has a chance. So 56 behind, 59 remaining. He could play this red, knock the red to the right of the pink, off the cushion, and stay on the pink. He can afford at least the pink. That's why he's just doing his arithmetic at the moment. But this is he's got a wonderful angle on this red. If he just nudges into that red, just to the right of the pink, knock that over the middle, could be on the pink into the corner. Chance this. Oh, he didn't catch a full ball.
Well, he can afford one blue. If he knocks the blue in, he'll be 50 behind, 51 on. Then it would be all blacks with the 3 reds required.
Yeah, it's no good. Bit unlucky there. He tried to play into the black off that blue. Hit the red on the way down. He could still pot the red, but as you pointed out, Phil, he needs blacks with the 3 remaining reds, so no point in taking that red on. That's not
Max
good.
Selby 10.
That's a mistake.
Even to the point of knocking the yellow safe. Everything is against Mark Selby here. One. Take that. But here's the respect. 51 up, 43 on, 2 snookers needed
Green
to
ball.
force a respotted black. And yet Higgins not dropping his guard in the slightest.
John Higgins 1 and the frame.
So there you go. John Higgins, helped by a break of 60, then some good tactical stuff in one wonderful pot, is in front at 2-1.
The fourth frame. John Higgins to break.
But, most importantly, not attacked by Selby in each of the last 2 frames. Higgins' vast experience that he's accumulated will want to press home the advantage. If what we've seen so far is a sign of things to come, we're in for a treat. Both players, very good pot success rate. Breaks going in, 63 from Selby in the first, 80 and 60 from Higgins in the next 2. Precious few mistakes are being committed, Ken.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you can build up a final when the 2 great players are going head to head, and sometimes it can be a little bit of an anti-climax, but certainly not this one. And what we've seen so far, both players in great form. It's all the ingredients being a memorable British Open final here in Cheltenham. Didn't want to hit the brown, but the way it's landed, sort of, it's a little bit awkward to take that red on just above the black. The brown was out of the way, of course. He'd have no hesitation. The fact that he's bridging over the brown, he can't take that on. Selby's come down to see if there's anything available when he plays the safety shot. Nothing there. Oh, he hasn't hit this too well. Short of pace. First observation, he hasn't left too much. Possible red into the right corner pocket, but not straightforward to get out onto a colour. That's the one. There is a pathway over the black spot and around the back of the black. Oh, very good. And he's found the pathway, but a little bit Too pacey. Good pot, though.
John Higgins 1.
Long pot success rate. Decent, more than decent from both. And when your opponent is knocking them in from distance, the premium is on good safety, and that's why Selby shot there. Again, right out the top draw.
Yeah, it was a bit pacey, but it's just a good line. Right behind that green. How does he find a pathway? Back to balk here. Could possibly play a 2-cushion escape. Left-hand side cushion as we look here. Top cushion. Try and clip one of the reds just to the right of the black. But very risky, very high tariff. Shot time coming up to 1.5 minutes. Needs a bit of luck. It went wrong. Didn't hit it the way he wanted to. What has he left? Yeah, that red is potable past into this right corner, and there is a gap between the two reds and the black. Good manoeuvre to cue ball through that gap, back up for blue ball colour, but it's very tight. That's why he's coming on the back of the pocket to have a good look at it. Always a good idea. Decided it was too risky. He's left this red, and well, once again, he's got to negotiate the cue ball through a bit of traffic. Makes the pot that bit more difficult. Oh, he's played it very well.
One.
Excellent.
That's the vibe in a match when both players are sharp. Even the slightest of mistakes can be fully exploited.
Three. Four.
Well played and cleverly visualised. But this kind of pink is always a pressure ball.
Ten. Eleven.
Yeah, he had a look at the pink, but obviously it doesn't pot into that corner pocket. So. But that last red that he just potted, that opens the pink at least into the left corner pocket. That will help his cause. So if you can negotiate this cue ball when potting the brown, or indeed the blue, get nicely on one of these reds around the pink. Be able to play for that pink into the left corner. Just got to miss the red, just below the black here. He has done. Excellent shot. And now we can play we're potting the next red for that pink into the left corner.
15.
And potting this red will open the pink into the right corner, so real opportunity to go into the interval now, all
16.
square. Such a wonderful spectacle, Phil, when both players are really at the top of the game, you know, knocking in long balls. And when they're getting in, they look so sharp.
Reminiscent so far, small sample size admittedly, but reminiscent of the Higgins-Williams
22.
Crucible final.
$23.
You know, we outline and list all of the assets of these two players. Also, what about lateral thinking? The way he's plotted this break. Made all the right moves at the right time.
$29.
Just wondering, does he pot this red, just nudge the red away from the black, bring the black into play? If it doesn't go according to plan, he'll still be on the pink into the right centre, but he's got a lovely little angle on this red, just to nudge into the red, just above the black. Yeah.
30.
Of course, he doesn't want to pot the black because that will go, there's no spots available, so that would go beneath the pink. But the angle on the pink is not tremendous, so it might be a case of I'm going to have to pot the black here.
Yeah, sure.
Needing the extended rest. And with cue ball and black so close together, has to be delicate here.
Thank you.
When he came to the table, there were so many intricacies, so many problems to solve, and now the black is having been out of commission. All right, but Ben Williams might be complicating the situation a little more here.
He's got to get it as close
Thank you.
to the pink as
37.
possible, but it still will be pottable into this right corner pocket. No doubt about that.
38. Black ball.
Yeah, he really has articulated this break. Beautiful precision so far. Still got a little bit to do.
$45.
Yeah, you see Mark come around
46.
to have a look at the black. It obviously pots into the left corner as well, so no problem. Yeah, there you see it.
Black ball.
When it comes to snooker, people associate mental shrewdness with defence. And of course, they are attached, associated quite rightly. But this break has been so well thought out. Of course,
53.
you've got to execute. And he's done them both. Conception and execution.
$54. Black ball.
He's played that beautifully as well. Lots of top spin out for that red. This has been the best break of the match so far.
61.
All 4 frames have been quality, but for me, just the way he's going to belt this
62.
break. That was the red he needed to put John
Black ball.
Higgins in the snooker's required stage, but this will stop John Higgins coming back to the table. Yeah, very, very good. Excellent break this, really is. Top quality. Had to maneuver that cue ball with pinpoint accuracy. Black was tied up when he came to the table.
69. $70.
Yeah, what a treat. On a Sunday afternoon, Phil. 2 of the best players have played the game, going head to head, and nothing separating them at the interval.
75.
Yes, the question is, will Mark Selby win his 23rd world ranking title? Will Higgins win his 32nd?
76.
After 4 frames, we are no nearer an answer. What Selby could do here, though, is make his 20th century of the season.
79.
Yeah, and of course that's important as well. They want to make centuries, all these top players. It's a race to 100 centuries in the season for the bonus of 100,000. It's going to be
Thank you.
pretty close between a few
80.
players come towards the end of the season. If they keep going at the rate and pace they've started off the season at. Another excellent shot. Look at that.
85.
Beautiful control.
The red
Selby,
refuses
85
to drop. We've arrived at the mid-session interval. The early exchanges have been simply superb. John Higgins 2, Mark Selby 2.
Max Selby to break.
You can argue Higgins hasn't been unduly pushed in this event. Clearly that's going to be different today, and he's responded. And it seems Mark Selby has raised his game round by round. Very evenly matched, and so often before now brought the best out in one another. So 4 big frames here. Can either one of them just get an edge coming back tonight? Is it going to be all square? We'll find out over the next hour or so.
Yeah, John, when he came into the studio yesterday after winning semi-final, and I agree with him, he hates semi-finals. So there's almost more pressure in a semi-final than today, because you want to get to the final, but once you get to today, then you can relax, and you just seem to be able to play your best snooker. And that's exactly what's happened. Both players are just so comfortable on a Sunday, basically, at the tournament. Long match. You know, the trophy's at the end of it. But there's been so few unforced errors in this final. Such a high standard. Great to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be special. Whoever comes through, Mark Selby, his last ranking title was 18 months ago. Of course, for John Higgins, 3.5 years. I mean, what a difference a week makes. You know, this time last week, it felt like Higgins was at a career crossroads, dropping out the top 16. All that's gone away. He's back in. Could be back in the winner's circle in a few hours.
One.
Lovely pot, lovely pace. It's going to land on the black, and I'm sure he'll be going into the bunch here. Screwing the cue ball back towards the left side of the table, back towards him for a red to right corner. And maybe on a red to left corner. Beautiful split.
8. Nine.
We've always had 1-1-4-7 this week already with Mark Allen, which was on table 2. I know I'm going very, very early here, but you wouldn't want the Reds in a much better position than they are.
Yeah, Mark Selby made one in this tournament 2 years ago, including an extraordinary treble. To keep
16.
the break going on a red.
70.
He's got the angle in the black to play for the red that's next to the black into the same pocket, which will obviously clear the black to both corners.
$24. $25.
You could see the disappointment. Sort of
32.
look to the skies there. Don't think he'll be playing for black off this red. At least 6 inches short with the screw shot. So up for the blue.
33.
I'm sure he's probably a little bit disappointed in that he couldn't go for the 147 there. He would have realised what a chance it was. Obviously, winning the frame is a priority. The way this match is on a knife edge, really.
Yeah, it feels like
38.
you've really got to take every chance you get because you might be shut out. Otherwise, Higgins just keeping watch.
$39.
Selby, of course, faced another member of the class of '92 last year here, Mark Williams. Came out the wrong side there, 10-7.
$46.
He's had generally a good record in finals. His best run, he won 11 in a row, and that was only ended when he lost in the shootout final.
47.
Which is a ranking event, but just 10 minutes. But he's lost the last 2 he's been in.
There's been a huge transformation in his general body language around the table,
54.
really. Did the match midway through the tournament against Wan Si-jun when he won 4-3. Made a really good clearance. And pretty much the
55.
whole of that match, he looked really down in the dumps and didn't look like he was enjoying himself at all. But then the next match against Tepchaya, he looked completely different. He looked like he was enjoying it out there and carried it on to last night and today. And he does look back to his best.
$61.
Yeah, I think what Phil said about him is absolutely right. He needs confidence, Selby. He's not the sort of player who's just happy to coast along at the top of the game, you know, picking up the money. It's only meaningful to him if he's playing well, if he's getting the results and getting the trophies. Because we know he puts so much into it.
Thank you. 62.
So one more red to really kill the frame off clinically. And that's pot success there in live play, so before snookers are needed. 98%, Selby.
Yeah, but one of the most impressive things about this final so far for me is again the unforced errors, and nothing easy has been missed.
70.
Which in itself is a huge thing in snooker. So often you'll see an easy shot or a bad positional shot, but it's very straightforward. But both players they're on it today.
75.
This break has been flawless from start to finish from Mark Selby.
$76.
Was the slight fault early on when he had to go out for the blue. Didn't get on the red properly, but that's been very, very picky.
82.
It's been an absolutely exceptional visit to the table.
83.
He pretty much sat out frames 2 and 3 to go 2-1 behind. And the last 2 frames,
90.
he's done the exact same to his opponent. Wonderful stuff so far.
This break launched by an excellent long red. Higgins had done nothing wrong.
96.
Mark Selby's done everything right.
$97.
So this is to tie Judd Trump at the top of the centuries board for the season with 20. It's Mark Selby's 6th century of the tournament.
104.
Well, I tell you what, some finals take a bit of time to get going. This has been excellent from frame 1, and if anything's getting better and better. 4 very interesting frames here. Mark Selby hoping now he's won this one, he might be able to open up a gap coming back tonight.
110.
Isn't it great, though, to see him feeling good again? We know he's had his problems, he's talked about them. At the World Championship he was talking about not even playing again. Break between seasons.
112.
Did him good, got some perspective. And now he's looking back to his brilliant best again.
$115. $119. $124. $130.
Well, just impeccable. Total clearance, 137. Excellent break in an excellent final. And Mark Selby is back in front, leading John Higgins 3-2. Well, there's never been more than a frame between them. But of course, Mark Selby, as I say, can open up a gap here in the next few frames. That 137 was superb. But from what we've seen from Higgins this afternoon, he's just as capable. Of course, he's had breaks of 80 and 60 himself. Of course, they played 2 World Finals. They were very different affairs. The first one, Selby was actually a qualifier. He was still young And he was 12-4 down after the first day. He won 6 frames in a row in the afternoon, and then they came off because they were taking so long, which must have been a bit of a relief for Higgins. And when he regrouped for the final session, he got the match won. Ten years later, though, it was Selby who got his revenge. That was in that spell. He had 4 years as world number 1. He was winning world titles, a lot of other big tournaments as well. He really was the best player at that point. John Higgins now 32 minutes without a pot. But that clock can stop now, can't it? What a lovely shot that is.
Yeah, beautiful shot. It really was. The pace he played it at, just to take the cue ball off the bunch of reds to be perfect on the black. Doesn't get much better than this.
8. 9.
Brilliant to see John Higgins back playing like this. Kind of the last 2 or 3 years been sort of left behind. The other class of 92, Ronnie and Mark, have been winning things and sort of taking a bit of the glory away
16.
from John, but he's back to his best. And this week, what I've liked about him is he's been finishing matches off convincingly in one visit, where he was sort of stuttering
17.
a little bit to get over the line in a lot of matches.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's been going deep over the last few years without winning tournaments. He's actually lost 7 of his last 8 ranking finals, including the last 4. So that 2021 Players' Championship, where he destroyed everyone. Remember, he limited Mark Selby to 7 points in their match there. That was his last major success.
$22.
Yeah, they didn't really split, but he is still on one.
$23. $30.
Yeah, very important to make sure you know what shot you're playing before you get down, so you're clear in your mind. You can fully commit to the shot. I miss more shots in my career for
31.
that reason than any other. Just getting down and not being fully convinced in your own mind what shot you're playing. Worst thing you can do as a snooker player is change your mind while you're down on the shot.
$35. 36.
Not the easiest bunch to go into here. He's just looking at the two reds pointing towards that left middle. He may just play a little gentle cannon on the red that's closest to the black of those two and just push one towards the left middle. I'm not sure if he can go in from the angle he's got at full pace. Because it's a flat back to the pack, if he goes in with a lot of screw, the cue ball could end up coming back towards the right corner pocket. I think just a stun onto that red, and the one that's next to it should get promoted towards the left middle. Yeah, he's not happy about the angle on the black to go into them. He's even looking at playing the red that's on the left cushion. The two reds directly above the black, the left one of those, if he catches that, pretty much full ball, maybe a little bit to the left, it pushes the other one towards the middle pocket. Yeah, see, he decided to go in with screw, and that's what I meant. The cue ball was always coming back to the right side of the table. They weren't a great bunch to go into.
43.
For John Higgins, that wasn't a good shot, in my opinion.
John Higgins, 43.
Well, such as he is standard with this final, John goes back to his chair and you can see he's disappointed. He hasn't won the frame in one visit.
One.
Well, another stunner from Selby. Could argue Higgins' safety
Brown ball.
wasn't quite one of his best, but even so, a great pot. Frames have really all been one-sided so far. We haven't seen one from behind, but Mark Selby
5.
would love to change that here and just change the dynamic in the final.
Yeah, usually what decides these finals when the two players are so closely matched is winning the frames that you're not supposed to. So far, both players are winning the frames in one visit. But yeah, these frames that you can pinch from 40 or 50 behind become the telling frames at the end of the day.
Six.
For a snooker player, they're almost better than making a century break or a total clearance, these frames, when you're pinching them with a winning clearance. It doesn't look like he's going to do it this visit unless he's on the red to left middle.
13.
Cue ball and object ball very close together, but he's looking at it intently. Doesn't have to do much for the cue ball. The pink's available to right middle, so he's obviously on this red. If He's dead straight in the pink. And it's awkward. Because you can see nothing goes. Oh, it doesn't look like anything goes to left corner. Unless the red that's closest to the pink spot maybe squeezes through. But yeah, he's coming round. This is the only red available, I think.
$20. $21.
What we've not seen is glaring misses in this final. I mean, Higgins ran out of position there. Maybe his safety, you could argue, could have been better, but he didn't miss. Just didn't get on a red. So Higgins is playing well, but must be concerned watching on now in this frame.
27. $28. $34. $35.
Well,
42.
you may have heard watching sports that people talk about being in the zone. Mark Selby is in it right at this point in time. Just doesn't look like missing.
43.
They say when he's scoring heavily, it's always going to have the incredible tactical game. And when he starts scoring and not missing pots, it's pretty much unplayable.
50.
You've got to play yourself pretty much perfect snooker. And John Higgins has been pretty close. But just didn't find the baulk cushion
51.
with a safety shot. And this has been the result.
Yes, it's what he's done so many times. Stepped in and won a crunch frame from behind. Seizing on the slightest error from an opponent.
I mean, that strike of the cue ball was just pure.
55. $56. $61. Thank you. 63.
A bit short. The cue ball. One pot away from leaving John needing a snooker. So I don't think he'll be doing anything with too much check side to stay on the brown. Just make sure he pots the green. It's there. As you can see, no heroics to try and stay close to the brown. You can't strike the cue ball any better than this. It's an absolute masterclass. The
75.
sound it makes when he's striking the cue ball is perfection.
81.
Yes, this is about as well as you can play this game. 1-3-7 in the last. Seized on the opening in this one and clears up with 88. So for the first time, there's 2 frames between them. Mark Selby on the march in this final, leading by 4 frames to 2 with 2 left to play.
The 7th frame. Mark Selby to Brit.
Despite the random draw format and shorter matches early on, a few complaints about tables, all the rest of it, we've ended up with 2 Hall of Famers here in the final, and they are producing the goods, particularly in the last half an hour. Mark Selby.
One.
I think because John's playing so well, and they just want to, both players just want to get in and win frames in one visit. I think he was like even looking at the green to pot it, but decided no, it's just maybe a step too far.
John Higgins 1.
A little bit clumsy with the cue ball there, John. It's just got to. There's a big 2 frames these are in this afternoon session to stay with Mark Selby. At worst case scenario, John wants to win at least one of them. 6-2 behind. I'm not sure I'd fancy his chances tonight. Wouldn't write him off, but the way Mark's playing, you would want to reverse that deficit.
I mean, that was very tough, but any missed pot from Selby is a cause for celebration right now for Higgins. But he himself now has to do a bit of damage, get back into this session.
One.
Nothing he hasn't seen before, of course. This is his 56th appearance in a ranking final. It's 30 years since his first. 29 years since he first won this British Open. In fact, he couldn't remember who'd beaten in the final. It's actually RonnieO'Sullivan.
Five.
Yeah, it's a little shake of the head. Didn't really want to be on this red. He wanted to be further up the table to play the red closest to the black. Deep screw here.
6.
Yeah, that's pretty well played, actually. Play off one cushion for the red that's to the left of the pink, to left corner. The only thing is, I'm not sure the black doesn't pot to right corner. So we'll have to play for pink or blue off this
13.
red.
$14.
Just a reminder, as we watch this, tonight's final session will be live on ITV3. So ITV3 this evening from 6:45.
Fabulous shot.
20. $21.
The two reds there at the back of the bunch, just above and to the left of the black. If you could somehow find a way to cannon the right-hand side, one of those would guarantee leaving one to left corner. And just got the first red. That's not the red he intended to hit. But that is a result and a half. That little flick just at the very end.
28.
Just watch the cue ball here. Just flicks this red and leaves himself on the red to left corner. Just going to be wary of the right middle here. Should be okay. Yeah, nowhere near it.
29.
And you'll be tempted to go into them again here. Basically, you're taking the cue ball over the pink spot. You think at very worst scenario, you'll have the red to left middle. I think it's worth going into them here. Got into the cue ball too much. Just a couple of times, he's not playing the splits
34.
well. Going into reds, breaking into reds, he's just not getting the right connection on the cue ball. 2 or 3 in the last couple of frames, both off the black and that one from the blue. This is awkward now, very awkward cueing. This is easily missed.
Yes, and it's round about the position in the last frame where he broke down. Of course, didn't get another shot.
You'll probably be putting the cue ball somewhere in the black cushion here to play the red that's closest to the right corner. You could play for the red to left corner, but because the black doesn't go into the right corner pocket, I think bringing the cue ball down to this black cushion somewhere. It's got a lot of margin for error. Twice across the table. Yeah, perfectly played.
$41. $42.
John Higgins, of course, grew up in the UK snooker boom of the 1980s. He was a big Steve Davis fan. And then, of course, was inspired by Stephen and his achievements coming from Scotland. He also credits our own Alan McManus with really helping him when he was young. Of course, now pretty much
49.
everyone in the game looks up to him.
$50.
A little tester here to keep the break going. Straight blue to the yellow pocket, screw the cue ball back. It's a shot that, even the cue ball further away from the blue, that the players practice for hours and hours. And that's why, because the amount of times you have to play that shot when you don't get positioned pink or black, you want to keep the break going. It's such an important
55.
shot to be able to play well.
$56.
Yeah, coming to the crucial time. This break is 2 pots away from securing it. One good positional shot here. Blue with some 62 in front with 67 on, so after this blue, another red, certainly another colour. Again, it's just another wonderful visit to the table.
61.
Live pot success, 96% John, 98% Mark. It doesn't get much better. That secures the frame.
62.
They're just not missing anything that they're supposed to pot. That's the incredible thing for me.
Yeah, Selby went for a tough long red, left a chance. There was pressure on Higgins here after what happened in the last frame, but this is how he's responded. Be interesting to see if they can keep this up tonight as we get nearer to the
69.
winning line, but the pressure comes on. If they do, this will be one of the all-time great finals if it remains close.
70.
Yes, already one of the best sessions of snooker I've ever seen or commentated on. You've got both players at the top of their game. A lot of the time you see one player at the top of their game dominating, but
76.
both players are, let's say, doesn't get much better than this.
77.
Yeah, in live play, we've only had 5 pots missed, and, you know,
84.
most of those have been difficult pots.
85.
Clive would have enjoyed this, David.
Yeah, absolutely. What a fitting tribute to him. 2 players he admired greatly.
$92.
Now Higgins has won this frame. Of course he wants 4-4, but the last frame doesn't feel quite so big.
$93.
Had it been 5-2 and he would have been sort of hanging on. Anyway, this is for a century. Selby's had one this afternoon. What a final this is. 2 giants of the game really bringing it.
100. $102. $105.
Yeah, I must admit, the last 2 or 3 seasons I didn't start to doubt whether John had these performances left in him. Yeah, it's been well documented. He's dropped down the rankings, but
109.
this is phenomenal.
It's a little shimmy, didn't keep the cue ball out, but he's done the damage and then some. 109 from the Wizard of Wishaw. Terrific match, 1 frame to play this afternoon. Selby's lead has been reduced to 4-3. Mark Selby leads John Higgins 4-3. This is
Thank
the
you.
last of the
Final frame
session
of this
before we
session.
come back tonight.
John Higgins to break.
Higgins looking to level up Mark Selby to open a 2-frame advantage.
Well, John goes back to his seat, disappointed with the break-off. You can clearly see the red left onto right corner, and he's not found the baulk cushion with the cue ball. Well, I think John Higgins knew what was coming up. And Mark Selby playing it deliberately with a pace to... Didn't think of getting the cue ball back in baulk in case he missed it, deliberately playing it short. He's got a perfect angle in the blue should he want to go into the pink here, but I don't think he will, because he might block the black up even more. Look at the work on the cue ball. So little effort. That is just timing and delivery.
Seven. Yeah.
Playing for the red, it's closest to the black here, to the right corner. Clearing the black to both pockets. And from that red, he'll be hoping to get an angle in the black to go into the main bunch. So he'll be hoping to be pretty straight on this red to right corner. He's not straight, but it's not a problem. You want to finish sort of level with the black.
13.
Perfect, so into the bunch. I wouldn't have thought I'd be playing this with maximum pace. You just want to bring out maybe 3, 4, 5 reds, leave himself the open red to the left corner. We can only go by reading the body language that
20.
He's not on this red. He's disgusted. He said he was never going to go into them with full pace. But that's unlucky if he's not on this red. There wasn't a red to the right of the cue ball. You'd be able to impart a little bit right hand side and try and get the cue ball round the other one to pot this. Not sure if he can do it. Well, he could.
21.
Well, he puts his hand up to his opponent because he sort of made out that it wasn't on the red at first, and then he's got down and potted it. Because he had to sort of bend the cue ball, he couldn't really play for an angle in the black, just had to make sure the pot. So this needs striking of the highest order. I mean, he's just puring every shot.
28. $29. $34. 35.
Didn't choose to play into the pack from the blue because you can see if you go into the pink, it's just going to send those 3 reds in a line in the wrong direction. So big target from the green. Right hand side cushion, touch your right hand side. Anxious look to see if he's on this red to the
38.
right corner. I think he is. Again, not the worst kiss in the blue. You can drop on this red to the left of the black. To right corner. The best feeling as a snooker player in a final. You're playing this well, you're in the zone, you're seeing everything so clearly. And one shot to the next. Because you're hitting the ball so well. So the game just is so easy. It just comes so easy.
44.
What separates the best from the rest is being able to play this way in the most important matches and finals.
$45.
Yeah, it's where Selby's been for so much of his career. I mean, the last time we saw him, though, here on ITV at the Tour Championship, when he lost to Gary Wilson in round 1, he was talking about how basically he wanted to pack it in. It just shows you how emotionally, mentally demanding the sport is.
Another example of how good he is at screwing the cue ball here. That's just awesome.
$52.
The angle he's got in this red, obviously he's just going to have to settle for playing a high black. Can't get up for blue. Can't play for pink to right middle. He's got to make sure he pots this red. And say
53.
high in the black. And not sure where. He's looking at the red next to the pink to right middle. With the angle on the black's quite acute. He's got to really kill the pace of the cue ball here off the cushion with drag. Gone a little bit too far, only because he potted the black thin,
60.
which made the cue ball travel more. It was another beautiful shot.
$61.
Well, the pocket just takes it. He's nicely on the black, and this will leave John Higgins leaning a snooker. This is the best Mark Selby's played in a long, long time. He's got better as the tournament's gone on. He's dodged a couple of last gasp defeats along the way. But now he is playing the sort of snooker that saw him reach the very top of the sport. It's been brilliant. But John Higgins has also played to a high standard, so it promises to be some evening.
68.
Higgins is behind, but only by 2. It was first to 10, remember, to be British Open champion.
Yeah, John's
69.
basically had to play his best just to get 3 frames, to be 2 behind. I think both players are inspiring each other this afternoon. Let's just hope it continues tonight.
$76. $77.
Yes, there was a memorable semi-final session at the Crucible that Clive Everton once described a snooker from the gods between Stephen and RonnieO'Sullivan. And this has been of a similar standard. In a big match for both.
84.
Remember, they haven't won a title for a while, either of them. So there's pressure on to do so. They both produced the goods, but it's Mark
85.
Selby who is worthy of this lead.
I have to say, this is better than my session with Ronnie. This is better. I mean, as I said, not one play. There's not been an easy ball missed. They've potted everything that they're supposed to pot. It's just been incredible snooker to watch.
92. $93.
So the black for the third century of the afternoon. Mark Selby second to really cap a wonderful session of snooker. They will have a few hours to collect their thoughts ahead of tonight's final session, where John Higgins will be clearly looking for a quick start to stay in touch, but by no means out of this yet.
Thank you. 101.
We saw last week Neil Robertson, who'd been in the doldrums for a while, return in fine style to win the English Open. These great players, you write them off at your peril. OK, Selby's been relatively quiet last 18 months, but he's still, Mark Selby, capable of this sort of performance.
108.
Everything has come together, all parts of his game.
Thank you. 110. $113.
Just nothing easy, miss. Look at the live pot success. So in live play, 98% Selby, 95 Higgins. John Higgins has played really well himself. But the man at the table,
117.
well, he has really produced the goods. He must be feeling like he wants to just stay out there. There will, as I say, be a gap now of a couple of hours ahead of what promises to be a very exciting evening.
122. $128.
So it looks like a second total clearance for Selby. He made the 137 in frame 5. Higgins has had a century since. But what a finish to the afternoon's play. 135 from Mark Selby. A simply wonderful session of snooker. And at the halfway stage of the British Open final, it's Mark Selby with the lead, 5-3.
Annual folds. We've been at literally hundreds of finals, and so often the first frame of the evening session is massively important.
Yeah, especially for John Higgins, of course. He can't afford to fall 3 behind it the way that Mark Selby is playing, so we'll take a watching brief and just enjoy. And it wasn't quite a shot to nothing, Red, because he never had the half-ball angle. And then as you saw, the red travelled up further to the bulk end and the cue ball. So he didn't want that first up.
Mark Selby was so deeply in the groove this afternoon. With a chance like this, you'd fancy him to make plenty.
One.
But that session finished nearly 3 hours ago, Neil.
Yeah, exactly. We don't quite know that any player can continue on those lines. The game is not that easy. Not as easy as these two made it look. That's a good collision into the bunch, but I don't know too many reds pot to left corner, if any.
6.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say that he didn't make a good connection with the bunch, because he certainly did. Looks like he's going to left middle, a thin cut, which is not what he was looking for. Good shot, though.
7.
It's quite difficult to get the cue ball out of bulk on that shot. You're using right-hand side, which checks the cue ball off that second cushion, but he's just about done it.
When Mark Selby won the most recent of his 22 ranking titles,
10.
it was at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Only 100 people were in for the final day. Before that, it was behind closed doors. This is very different. Superb atmosphere being created by this Cheltenham crowd.
Okay. 11.
Equally splendid, Selby's rest play today. He's making the cue ball talk, and he's potted 9 out of 9.
You know, I'm not sure how good a chance this really is now after that early split, which has tangled up the black. Pink is away from its spot.
16.
And the reds are just awkward, so I think from a session where he made 2 total clearances, if you could get that 40 here, that would be a decent break. A lot of it is dictated to by the positioning of the balls.
Thank you. Mark Selby, 60.
Well, Phil, you put a close to his perfect rest play on the day.
Yeah, I feel quite guilty.
To be honest, it was quite a difficult one. He's screwing back and using force. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these 2-session finals that are tight, you can get the afternoon session which doesn't reach the heights. Well, today it's the opposite, and it really did. The tension could creep into this evening session if it goes very deep. That's another thing we love about the game, the breaks. But a tight finish is really what makes snooker, I think. These two are fine exponents of a defensive safety game. And that was a good one from John. He's blocked off most of the bunch, the edge of it by the green. I mean, yes, Mark Selby relishes this sort of challenge. Tactical and safety, but it doesn't mean he enjoys being put in trouble. So it's a mistake. Oh, is it? Because I see Mark just put his hand up. It is a mistake, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, got away with it and inadvertently placed Higgins in trouble.
Not bad. A little pacey. But a good idea, playing cushion first. Clearing the red away from the pocket.
Higgins celebrated his 49th birthday in May. If he wins tonight, he'd be the second oldest ranking event champion. Only Ray Reardon, the late great Ray Reardon, older. But you'll need to cut out shots like that.
Yeah, I think he obviously played around the back of the black, and I expected him to get the shot.
One.
As the red was going towards the pocket, I couldn't make up my mind whether I thought it was in or not. It certainly made Selby anxious, just about wriggling in.
Eight.
Here we're just rolling into a slightly awkward place. Looks to me that there is a red on with the rest, which it's another red. It's not positionally any certainty that he'll be on a colour. Well, that last fresh shot was the first miss by either player into this same pocket.
Thank you.
Already a bit of an
No.
awkward frame, isn't it? Even the red going up the table, blocking the blue to the green pocket. And the pink is a very acute angle. Left middle, there won't be much pocket there available. He can drop it in, perhaps. Gently.
You can coax in shots like that, but you can't be ambitious with the wide ball.
15. Max Selby, 15.
Quite a bad mistake, but he was forcing it, and like you say, from the previous shot, he couldn't get the cue ball off the cushion because pink had to be dropped in.
Yep.
And now John with a red to go at. A different vibe tonight. This is where trophies are lifted. The Clive Everton trophy is up for grabs. The afternoon session was good, but we're coming down to the very important section tonight of the whole week.
Unusually this afternoon, not one frame with a hint of scrappiness. But this one has begun in disjointed fashion.
Thank you. One.
Just crawled into the pocket, but he's on the bottom red. So now, for all Selby's efforts earlier in this
6.
frame, John Higgins now has the best chance. It is a good opportunity.
Seven.
Throughout his career, so reliable on the big occasion, John Higgins, but the fact remains
14.
he's been defeated in his last 4 ranking event finals. Often from the verge of victory. Tonight it's a little different. He's the one doing the chasing.
Yeah, and of course, with John's overall record, he's a born winner. So he's one of the players who fits into the category. Losing in a final is just a loss. Stephen Hendrick was like that. Steve Davis, it didn't mean very much losing in the final. Not taking positives from anything like that. Pushing the black safe, not in John's interest.
21.
We so often talk about the famed class of 1992. That was the year when Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Williams and this man, John Higgins, all
27.
turned professional. In this tournament last year, Selby fell victim to Williams.
28.
Higgins hoping to do exactly the same. It's a class that refuses to go into recess.
Doesn't like it. He's shaking his head. He wanted to be a little straighter
34.
on this red. I think he wanted to be able to
35.
play in behind the black and attack the reds to the left of the black. Anyway, maybe a minor blip.
$40. $41.
Wow, he played on that red, but he didn't mean to
47.
graze it on the way through. It just changed the path of the cue ball. It's very tight now as to whether it goes. Just glanced it. So it's got to play away here and up the table. Break comes to a fairly abrupt end, but
John Higgins, 47.
it was all about fractions there. Yeah, I mean, if you see the left-hand red is he's played on, but he just hits it. And that means the cue ball goes in behind the other red unplanned. Game of fractions, isn't it? He was going well there. Tiniest deflection made all the difference.
Another piece of tactical magic from Selby.
Well, yeah, because obviously Higgins has got to play one of the safer reds because you can see one of those. The red in the middle of the table is blocked. Very hard to get a thin edge on a red that's tight on a cushion like this if that's what he decides to play. The red can go as far up the table as the cue ball if you get too much of it. That's pretty good. He has left a half ball. Shot to nothing red.
Eight out of 10 from distance. Very good indeed. But with hampered cueing. Getting the cue ball into the safety zone. That made sense. Well, and that made sense as well, Neil.
Yeah, hit it particularly well. Again, the two reds look completely blocked off right now. So it's a question of, does he take another 7 points? Just think he'll do very well to get close to the reds, putting his next colour. You have to force it if he's going to do that with the rest. Goodness, this would be a difficult shot. Done well. He's not made the cannon, but he, not being noted as one of the great rest players, made a good try to move a red there.
8. John Higgins, 8.
It won't stop Higgins, this won't stop him feeling a little vulnerable because Selby is well accustomed to counter-attacks, but a 24-point lead the way the balls are, that's quite healthy. The yellow in particular very much in favour of the Scot.
Could be that he didn't really mind that much hitting the pink. Chance that he might put it on the cushion. Clearly didn't mean to, but it wouldn't have been a disastrous outcome. Selby's very good at defending frames like this when he's the player in front. He's almost chasing the frame though from behind.
This is the lengthiest frame of the match so far, superseding the first frame this afternoon. Now there you can see their average shot time. That's, I think, pretty much on the mark. Just where you want to be. Not too fast, not too slow. Measured. That's a good word for that. 25 seconds.
Well, these two aren't and never have been slow players. Sometimes the frames will go on a while because of the standard of safety. But players on the tour into the 30 to 35 second average shot times, they're the culprits really. It's a little slower than it should be. It's very unlike Selby. He was just pushing it to the left cushion and hit too much of it.
One.
Having been gifted that red, Higgins needs the blue and the last red.
Yes, you can roll this down the cushion into the pocket.
6.
Got to place the rest underneath the cushion here, so it's slightly awkward. Played it at a very good pace, very comfortable pace.
7.
The frame he probably had to win in the context of the whole match, and he's found a way of doing so. Not necessarily
14.
a pretty frame, but one that Higgins has got under his belt.
John Higgins 14 and the frame.
It was the least fluent frame of the entire match. But it will suit John Higgins down to the ground. Here's the difference in the Unibet British Open final of 2024.
Thank you, the 10th frame. John Higgins to break.
John Higgins needs this one to get back onto level terms. This is the 25th staging of the British Open. Came onto the snooker calendar in 1985. Tonight, whoever wins out of these two will be the 16th world champion to lift the trophy. They'll be the 16th either current or former world number one to lift the trophy. It's an event that sees the cream rise to the top on a regular basis.
As ever, John will come down, look down the left side to see if there's anything that he can make into a plant of any description. There are 3 reds that he's quite interested in fact. Looks as if he's going to miss to the right side, but maybe thinking about as much as potting one, be to get that cue ball back and hope the reds don't stay close to the pocket. Now he's looking at the bottom 2 reds. Well, it's got more about it than the 3-ball plant that he first looked at. Good cue ball. Well, that's quite a bad error for Selby. He made one in the previous frame, pushing that red to left middle, which cost him. This, he certainly hit the red much thinner in contact than he wanted to. If indeed he hit the right red at all. So he's not bossing the safety exchanges this evening, Selby.
Five. Six.
Screwing back to provide the angle that could lead to big things.
Very solid connection with the bunch.
11.
As they say, you see the cue ball doesn't really leave the middle of the table, which means he really got into them.
Higgins views the British Open with fondness. He won this in 1995, beating RonnieO'Sullivan in the final, but it was his success in 1998 that was most impactful. He overcame Stephen Hendry in the final, 9-8, and a few weeks later went on to win the World Championship.
17.
And with Hendry losing in the first round that year, it meant that Higgins ended Hendry's almost decade-long reign as world number one. And it all started, that run to the pinnacle, all started at the British Open.
$18.
Well, his last two positional shots on a red have not been
23.
right. And if anything, this was worse than the previous one, where he managed to just salvage it. Yeah, I mean, it's quite an awkward shot now. He's queuing over a ball. This could go wrong, and if it does, he will not be pleased.
$24.
battling to keep this break going. One shot out of position leads to another one. Cue ball just drifting away from the Reds naturally here. Well, he won't be pleased. It's just the way that
John
things were
Higgins,
going. He
24.
felt that dropping a bit out of position, trying to rescue the break, and in the end, something has to give.
First black missed by either player today.
One.
It will only be significant, of course, if Selby gets the frame one here, but that was not a well-struck shot either. Didn't go in cleanly. Didn't mean to be close to this cushion. Dropping the blue in, the next red at longer range than it might be.
Six. Seven.
Perhaps a role reversal of the previous frame where Selby was in first, but not a big break
14.
did he make. Higgins come back to win
15.
it. It's the other way round. Feel that Selby should get himself in front by the end of this break. Higgins still thinking about that positional error. It's led to him missing.
$22. $23. $30.
You walk a fine line in this kind of situation. You don't want to rush. But then again, you don't want to be too careful.
31.
You don't want to compromise your own rhythm.
$38.
Two more open reds, then the difficulties begin.
$39.
Yes, he might play the can on the top left-hand red on the cushion here. Certainly both reds on the left cushion he could like to get into play. Played that top one. He's not played it great. Wanted a full ball contact
46.
and be on the red to the right corner. Chance to nudge it again here. Second bite of the cherry. Impotting the red along the left side of the table. Always say if you play a cannon to move a red from a red, you do sometimes compromise position. That's what's happened. Pod is just, the cue ball's heading somewhere in the region of the top right pocket. Played at pace. And of course the pot is not simple either.
Selby,
things
47.
are the reason he missed. It's a dramatic frame, potentially, this one. Worth some oohs and ahs, but trust me, that was not a very easy shot. Now, John, in potting this red, could move the left-hand red on the cushion. Some nerves around tonight, understandably.
Is it going to be a tale of 2 sessions? You see that so often in finals.
Thank you. 1. Eight.
Selby potentially 2 pots away from restoring breathing space.
Thank you. 9.
Yes, it's not easy. It's not dissimilar to the blue that he left over the right middle. Just rolling it again. Well played. So now it is 1 snooker, which means John will carry on.
16. Max Selby, 16.
Of course, Higgins must continue. But he's well aware that Selby is arguably the greatest ever player when it comes to escaping snookers. So he'll have to do something special. So Selby 39 ahead, 35 on. That means if Higgins can get 1 4-point penalty snooker, then red, black and all the colours, he would force a respotted black. Sounds a tall order because it is one.
It appears he's got the snooker. Selby just taps the table with his cue. He might have to play a swerve here, bring the butt of the cue up, just bend it around the pink ball. Giving it too much. If he hits it, he's lucky. Only had 2 bites
John
at
Higgins
it.
full.
And as Phil said, 35, which means he can tie the frame. That's going to take some doing, even though he's got the snooker.
Thank you.
He's got another one, but it wasn't as planned. Quite rare to see Selby miss snookers, but I guess that swerve was a little different. She overdid. Now the snooker is in. It looks quite an easy one, but I'm not certain it's as simple as all that. He plays one cushion. As long as he gets beyond the blue, he should hit it. This has got to go, hasn't it? Goodness me, I didn't expect him to finish short.
Foul and a miss.
The
John
miss
Higgins
is called because the fact that Higgins could tie the frame. Very unlike Mark Selby, that last shot. Got the line, not the length.
And now, not having to pot the black off the last red makes the life of John Higgins so much easier. Down the line, presumably.
Well, he might look at it, but surely he's going to just have it placed, isn't he? Must have a very effective shot up his sleeve if he's not. Yes, I think that Mark would hit it the next time, but still have a shot like this anyway, this kind of shot.
Thank you.
He's one of the greats. I just don't really think I understand that last shot. What he was trying to achieve. He'd already had a snooker. A miss was called. Why not just have them put back?
The first frame of the night was settled on the last red. Mark Selby's hoping the second frame of the session is going to be settled on the last red in his favour.
I don't think John has lost his concentration, but the last couple of shots surprised me how well he's playing, and he just had a way back into this frame. I wonder if he squandered it. I think it cuts in. If he overcuts it, it goes off the blue. It's thin, but it wins him the frame. Mid-session leader. I wonder if the studio team will see it differently to me, but I'm really surprised John didn't have the balls to replace when the miss was called. He was only trying to achieve the same snooker as what Selby was already in.
6. 8.
I know the pressure was off there on that yellow, but that's an indication of just how sweetly Selby is cueing.
11. 15.
Two very similar frames to open proceedings on the final night.
Right, Selby 15.
And we're back
in
to
the
square
front.
one with Selby, 2 in front, holding John Higgins at arm's length. Chief priority for John Higgins to prevent Selby moving 3 in front for the first time.
One.
Well, the evening session's not flowed in the same way that the afternoon did, but of course that is why snooker is what it is. A lot of it's played between the ears, even for great players like these two. That's given him an in
5.
early in the frame, that last shot on the Browns. Well played.
Six. Thirteen. Fourteen. Give me a second, John.
And the pink won't go on its own spot, which might actually help him a couple of shots down the line, in that if he plays top side of the blue, it's a different angle into the reds without the pink being there. I mean, he may not play that shot yet, but he'll have to open them in this break if he's to make enough to win the frame.
Thank you. 20.
But you can think of an angle on the blue that would really open the reds up if you could get it from here. Because he's
21.
got the red up the table as a insurance if the split doesn't quite work out on the reds in the bunch. Well, he got lucky, but
26.
he tried to open the balls up. He'll probably be doing the same again soon. Trying anyway.
27.
We saw his face as he was contemplating that black.
34.
I think that eventuality was on his mind. It was a much easier pack to go into off the blue than off the black.
Just going to say exactly that, Phil. Yeah, he missed the real chance to get them open when he just overdid it on that other blue. And as you say, he was forced to play it that way. Didn't look much fun, does it? Played 2 air shots here, but as we
John
always say
Higgins,
at this stage
34.
in golf, it's a foul or penalty. In snooker, it isn't. Yeah, I mean, a little smile, but he'd be annoyed because he got in quite well there. Handy lead, but not a huge one. Ben Williams enjoying himself out there.
Touching ball.
He just fleetingly talked about golf there, Neil. How about this when John Higgins first won the British Open? It was 1995. Back then, Tiger Woods was the US amateur champion. Another indication of his longevity.
Thank you.
Very good shot. I know he had a touching ball and it seemed plain sailing, but not necessarily to get the cue ball where he's landed it. Now Selby wouldn't dare play a safety shot, I don't think, anyway, up to the bulk end with the red between the brown and blue that could possibly be left. But what will he do? That's the question. There's no obvious hiding place on the table.
Well, of course, in the first frame today, backed into a corner after missing the reds twice, he knocked in an absolute cracker. This time, though, just waiting, biding his time as he does so well.
Yeah, I mean, he actually did potentially leave a red on, but the other red hit it, which, even as good as he is, I'm not sure he knew that was going to happen. John could easily play a safety shot off that red on the left cushion, but even with 34-point lead, he wouldn't really want to bring it into play. Well, that's not dissimilar to something that happened this afternoon. He made a safety error, which didn't seem that bad at the time, which cost him, and that same expression was on his face.
Yeah, this shot is almost a carbon copy of what happened in frame 6. Higgins starting the scoring with 43, but he left a red much like this. Selby rifled it in and cleared with 88.
So the green is a bit of a distraction. It's right next to the cue ball. And while it isn't necessarily completely in the way, I have to give John Higgins hope that this is not an easy pot.
One.
To start that frame six clearance, Selby went to top left corner this time, utilising the middle bag.
Green ball.
It's a good shot with quite a bit resting on it.
Four.
He couldn't fail to finish on a red, which would have been John's had he missed, of course.
Five.
And that's the worst angle for finishing behind a red from the next shot.
Ten. Mark Selby, 10.
Well, there was a chance. It had quite a bit of promise when he knocked in that long green, but it didn't go very far.
The look on Higgins' face is because he made contact with a balk colour. These two play safety to such a high level with tiny tolerances. Hitting balk colours on the way back into balk is something they always try to avoid.
Yeah, the only thing that has gone in his favour is that bulk colour now is in line with the cueing of Selby, and he might look at that left-hand red and just bring that into play with one of his immaculate safety shots. Because the brown is certainly making things awkward for him when that red he wants to play. It's quite a big shot, this. It's only a safety shot, but if you can get the red out and put John Higgins close to a cushion, he might just get the advantage despite being behind. That's okay. Cue ball a little heavy.
And now they both have to mind their P's and Q's because this table is wide open.
That was almost the biggest break of the evening. Thankfully, it's not.
The old ones are the best, Neil.
feeling he's winding himself up to go for this. It's not easy at all. Oh, goodness me. Wow, what a piece of ball striking that was. That cue ball zipped straight back. Fantastic shot.
The hot shot reel might need a late edit. What a shot that was, especially if it leads to something of huge significance.
Just the most wonderful shot, and in context,
Oh.
as you say, Phil, it could be an absolute gem. And a frame winner if he gets this.
Five.
Regardless of the outcome today, I think over the last few days here, Mark Selby has started to cue as well as I've seen him for ages.
Twelve. $13. $20. $21. $28. $29.
So, the long red might have changed the frame. It might have even made a huge difference in the context of the whole match. But that will depend on whether he wins a frame from it, which he's in the process of trying to do.
Because of his defensive wizardry, Selby often forces
36.
opponents into mistakes, which he then takes full advantage of on this occasion. A slice of brilliance has created an opportunity out of nowhere.
Yes, but we
37.
know certain players are better at parts of the game than others. Their strengths, you'd have probably thought might have been a Judd Trump knocking those in, but I mean Selby has hit it so fantastically well. And if he can just get on that last red, which it'll be the last red,
42.
down the cushion, he'll be an absolute frame winner. Game changer.
$43.
The first two frames of the night have been resolved on the last red. Effectively,
50.
so will this frame.
worth its weight in gold,
58.
this contribution. It really is. John was in first in this frame.
60.
That's kind of the pattern tonight. Whoever's got in first has not gone on to win the frame.
$63.
I'll say it one more time. It was an incredible red, and John is on the receiving end of it.
67. $72.
The second shot of the break, the green to middle, was a pressure pot. But
70.
there's no doubt what this frame will be remembered for.
Driving the frame, Mark Selby.
An 85 clearance from Mark Selby, launched by what can only be described as a rip-snorting red. Just before,
Thank you, the 12th
he knocked
frame.
an empty glass over.
John Higgins to break.
Now he's cup
Riley,
runneth over.
please. Thank you.
3 clear, 3 more needed.
Yes, and Higgins will be losing considerable ground if this frame doesn't go his way.
Selby's latest examination of cueing, not passed. But where the red came to rest, he's been fortunate.
Yeah, that was a bit heavy-handed for John. I think straight away he knew that it wasn't played at the pace he meant it to. Very attentive crowd here today, loving this battle between two such great players. Moment, we've got an intruder, I think, on there.
Yeah,
Something.
okay.
Ben Williams has got
No, that's a different one.
a serious problem here. There's something in the middle of the reds that shouldn't be there. I say a serious problem. In the refereeing, oh, that's oh, the balls are being moved. Oh goodness me, who'd be a referee?
Now it's gone.
Who needs all this on their mind?
Well, of course, the
Gone now.
animal is less intimidating for Ben than when he was refereeing at the Masters, and there was a bee, and he picked it up, and you never guess what happened. He got stung. Who would have thought?
One.
He played it as gently as he could, but he still has gone beyond the line of straight on the blue. He's just coming away from the reds. Brown, the wide route round the angles, is a shot you often see played in this kind of position. Probably 4 cushions. Oh, he's missed it by a mile. Just when you felt that he was striding away in this match, he's made the kind of mistake which will bring John back into it. Give him some hope anyway.
One.
Positionally in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't really play it with screw and right-hand reverse side, I don't think. Take the cue ball up further. Pot would have been a little difficult to be doing that. Playing the green, it's a question of whether he's taking this on. Ben Williams looking to see if there's any kind of a waistcoat foul he's about to make. Well, I mean, what is going on? John's not amused. Yes, he's been fortunate, but he's annoyed about the shot that he played. I don't think it's a difficult one for him to hit, but Mark might have been looking at 2 reds available there. Now he's snookered instead.
Thank you.
Well, they're not dead set, and also the reds are far enough apart for anything to go wrong. But it will no doubt be played with a view of getting the cue ball back down the table. Brown over the pocket, so the carrot has been dangled, really. It's worth the risk, I think, this plant.
One.
Another terrific shot. That was not an easy plant. The reds wide apart, offline. It's an exceptional shot, that.
Max Selby 1.
That could be profitable.
Yeah, I mean, he would like to have been on the brown. Clearly, that's, I think, the reason he played the plant in the first place. But even then, I mean, John has got a an area he can land the cue ball in, which he should do really, but pressure's quite big out there, unsurprisingly.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 4. Yeah.
It's going to be a small dividend. Four penalties given away there, but I can't imagine any more will go on Selby's side of the ledger.
Man. Okay.
Yes, he's got the line, hasn't he? I mean, he will have it noted. He was on track, but just hit it a little more pacily.
Yeah, John. Yeah. Okay.
Well, there you have it. We're going for a re-rack after all of that. And a quick one.
Yes, with the brown over the pocket, I did actually think it might possibly be one. But of course, nowadays, the players get together, mutually agree on a re-rack, normally very quickly, and that's what occurred there. In the first frame of the semi-final last night between Mark Selby and Mark Allen, it wasn't quick. It was half an hour in, and it wasn't a stalemate situation by any means. They decided to get things underway and have a take-two situation. I think that was a pretty good move.
Well, yeah, with the brown over the pocket, you could have seen a lot of the reds end up in front of it, which can take away a large chunk of your evening without much happening. We've seen it all before, so yeah, probably. But I think there was John showing some signs of frustration in that frame that never was. And the equation has not changed. He really has to win this one before they go for their mid-session break, or else he's had not the perfect start by any means to the evening session. You know he's playing well. Unfortunately for him, so is Mark Selby.
John Higgins to break.
There's an interesting dynamic here as Higgins breaks off brilliantly. He knows from bitter personal experience that a 7-4 deficit can be easily overcome. The last time he played in a ranking final, 2022 Tour Championship, Higgins was 9-4 up on Neil Robertson, collapsed and lost 10-9.
Touching ball.
And if you're wondering, has a frame been re-racked twice? The answer is yes, on many occasions.
Second, I think he's touching. Yeah, touching ball.
And two identical shots from both of these two.
Foul and a miss. John Higgins full. Back.
Yeah, I mean back because the likelihood is that, yes, Mark Selby will hit the next one. You think, what's the point of having it back? Well, he might leave touching ball. There's not a great deal to be gained by just playing a shot. Might as well put him back in. I don't think it's going to be very costly for Mark Selby, quite honestly. And he's staying there down that end because in case it's touching again, but this time I don't think it is. It is a very big passage of play coming up though, isn't it, this frame? It just feels that there's such a gulf between the two players at 8-4. It was a safety shot like the others, but it was an attacking one. He knew he was opening reds up, so he thinks he's maybe just got to be a little bit more adventurous with even the safety shots. John Higgins against the Iron Man here, who just will, as we saw last night, wait all evening for a chance if need be. Terrific shot.
One.
Yes, for a point, but might be able to just lay it. A very awkward snooker for John Higgins here. We were looking at the, trying to cut off escape routes. I think he has cut a few off there by getting so close in behind the brown.
That's Selby's modus operandi. Doesn't just want a snooker, he wants the most fiendish one imaginable.
Maybe with a trace of left-hand side, he can just play off this left cushion here. A little bit of room behind the brown. Twice across. Well, I think the snooker that marked Selby, it might not have been the most fiendish imaginable, but it was an awkward one. I suppose if you played it 10 times, you mightn't leave that red over the hole very often, but he has that on that occasion. So very much advantage Selby in the exchange we've just seen.
Thank you.
If we can level one criticism at Selby this week, on several occasions, when he's had momentum, he's not been able to keep it for a sustained period. Yes, he's found a way in the end to get over the line, but it's taken a while. This afternoon, though, when he started to play well, he continued to do so. And I think it's really crucial. He presses home this obvious advantage.
Seven. 14. 15.
That has not worked out as he planned at
20.
all. He'd be hopeful of being on one, however he hit them. He didn't quite execute the shot as he would hope to in that top red half ball and just taking the cue ball away from the bunch. Brought down his chances of being on something quite a lot. So now we're back on trying to leave places on the table where John Higgins will not like to be positioned.
Selby 20.
These two share so many attributes. One of which is when they do surrender position, they just take a moment, assess the situation, don't cry over spilt milk, and think about playing the best possible safety thereafter.
Well, that red will go, but I don't know if you can see enough of it. It can certainly pass the one up the table. It might be looking at the red directly below the pink spot. Either way, he must think something is available to him. I think it's the red by the pink spot indeed. Certainly, it's just been the one thing with Mark Selby where he hasn't been able to just accelerate away from players. That's why he's had so many close finishes. It's very difficult to beat John Higgins in any match. But I don't know if he ever loses a little bit of his focus when he goes in front.
Now can Higgins cue this one on the nose?
One.
There's a big reward now.
Six. 7.
Well, chances like this have not been coming along that often tonight.
13.
An evening of high-class safety and tactical play. But for now, John
40.
needs to take these.
$19. Thank you. 20.
Well, is he on the black? Well, no, he's not. Goodness. He could have afforded to screw back a little bit too far and had the pink from further up, even the blue if he really misjudged it, but that was the worst outcome. Yes, he's got the pink, and he's got that red up the table, but he's got to play it well. This is not part of the original plan, playing up there. Well recovered.
$26.
Ideally, would have liked to retain this red for a rainy day, as it were. But there was no option. He just felt as that break went on.
26.
He was getting more and more out of kilter. What a bonus for Selby to come back to the table so swiftly.
Yeah, but it does stem back to that shot he played with the rest, doesn't it? Because, yes, he was on the red, but, you know, the pink up the table, all of these things were not what he was hoping for. I think when a player loses position, they gradually
1.
get further out of position. And this was the shot. He could have afforded to go back further with that cue ball because there were so many options, but finishing there, he was limited. So Mark Selby will certainly recognise the signs that his opponent is giving off here, and he'll be fully aware of the importance of this visit to the table.
Max Selby full.
Quite amazing, isn't it, how well they played this afternoon.
As the winning line approaches, tension in both cue arms increasing.
What is going to happen next? That could not have finished worse. Whoever loses his frame is going to be very disappointed, even if it is Selby still a couple of frames up, but the cue ball had just landed on
Green
top
ball.
of the two reds. Now he's just having to play safe. Seemed very unlikely.
Johnny Higgins 1.
Very elusive frame, this one, isn't it, now, it seems?
And for all of the high quality we've seen in this match, the way it works, so often, it's the lower quality, scrappy frames that have the biggest psychological impact because, as Neil pointed out, both players know they've had chances. Those chances have been squandered and there's just 6 in it. Everything to play for.
Well, he could only have left the red that he played and missed. Well, Johnny's a master player of doubles, but I don't know if you could make this into one. You could play it into the right middle or double it into the left. I don't know if that's on. Well, it always is with John, isn't it? It didn't look natural. Looked like the cue was a little bit further down the table, but John has been knocking those in for all of his career.
Eight.
Mine's a double, said Higgins, but will it be champagne at the end of the evening?
Nine. $15. $16.
Goodness me, what is he doing? Unless he tried to swat something. The cue nearly went in two there. I can understand his annoyance, but you whack the cue against the cushion rail.
$23.
For a split second there, you saw Higgins. He was petrified. He'd accidentally damaged the cue, a cue he loves. Now, though, he's on the verge of punching a hole in Selby's lead.
Do you know what I'm going to say? I think both players really need their 15 minutes, and that includes John, who looks like he's won this frame because
30.
he's kind of limped over the line in this frame, barring snookers. I'm not sure his concentration is as good as it might have been at the start of the evening.
John Higgins, 30.
So it looks like he got the snooker, and if he can get the frame one, I think he and Mark will just enjoy a little time to reflect on what we've seen before we get into the final phase at all. I mean, with snooker, right, you think you know what's going to happen next, but that cue nearly ended up in two pieces. And you could have never known that was about to happen. He lost his other cue a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? He got rained upon at an airport, I think Charles de Gaulle in France, Paris. And it got warped, so now he's got this new cue.
If there's one player you don't want chasing, needing a snooker against you, it is Mark Selby. And the ball's not badly placed to lay a trap. Selby's the one who finds the blue, the blocker.
Yes, and those bolt colours are very appealing. That's the worry for John, that he hasn't quite put this frame to bed yet, because the three bolt colours like that, it's a huge target for any player, but certainly someone with the defensive skills of Mark Selby. I'm sure that one will be good enough to get the 4-point penalty, if it is a snooker, which I'm sure it is, but either way, yeah, this has been a strange frame. It wouldn't rule out another twist somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's been the most nervy frame of the entire match. The 9th frame was the lengthiest of the match, but that's been eclipsed by this one. Higgins, though, has a clear path to this red. And that should be that. Selby enjoyed a 2-frame lead starting the evening's
5.
play.
7.
It remains exactly the same. The first 4 frames of this session
10.
have been shared. We've gone from the
14.
brilliance of this afternoon to the battle of this evening.
19. 25 in the frame. John
And
Higgins.
maybe the very best, certainly in terms of drama, is yet to come. At the mid-session interval, Mark Selby leads John Higgins by 7 frames to 5.
7-5, with, of course, 10 the target to become champion. So this now the fight to the finish. 2 players well used to winning tournaments. John Higgins has won 54 professional titles. Mark Selby 37. But have both waited a while for their last ranking success. So whoever comes through at the finish, it's going to be a big night for them. We just saw the Champion of Champions trailer. John Higgins has been an ever-present in that since the first staging in 2013. He's not in it yet this year. Mark Selby and Judd Trump, in fact, the only other 2 players who played in every one of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can either player step it up? Maybe that both do. John Higgins needs to right now. 7-5 down.
One.
His highest break tonight, just 47. But the night's not done yet. He's in. He's had the 15 minutes. I think they both appreciated that chance to get out of the arena.
Yeah, John just considering whether to have a pass at the pink and the reds, try and get something in play. Yeah, that's probably the correct decision. You know, try and build a lead.
6. Seven.
Yeah, okay, he's on a
12.
choice of a couple, but none very appealing. I actually think he didn't go in because he's got that wry look in his face, like, yeah, that's what I felt was going to... It's one of those nights, isn't it? One of those sessions, unlike this afternoon. Players do get that. They get a vibe and a feeling going into the pack that, you know, if you don't have a good vibe about it, you tend to shy off. It's a tough one.
He's also a tough one though, isn't he, John Higgins? 30 years since he won the first of his 31 ranking titles. 3.5 years since the most recent success. He's lost in 7 of his last 8 ranking finals. But there's no disgrace in that. You're always going to be playing another top player, another player in form. Of course, there were a couple of close ones he failed to close out. That was the start of a few problems he's had. And he dropped out the top 16 a week ago. But we know he's already back in, just reaching the final here.
15.
And if he's going to come good at any point, it's going to be at this part of the tournament, isn't it? When you have to. He's done that so many times before.
$16.
I know one thing, if he wins tonight, that baggage handler, Charles de Gaulle Airport, might get a little bottle of wine or something, because oddly enough, his old cue getting wrecked. Done him a favour, he loves this new one.
Just not happening when he plays into them. Yes, he's still got one, but awkward
21.
cueing it. It's going to depend on how centre he can get to the cue ball. Yeah, it's hampered badly. Gonna have to go extremely high on the cue ball to find as much centre of it as possible. See how high that is. His tip there at address.
Yeah, just the little things he needs to be going for him are not at the moment. So it's a little sort of mental test to accept that and try and stay focused.
Green ball. John Higgins, 22.
Yeah, disappointed, but at least he leaves the table giving Mark a problem. He was wise enough, as always, to keep the cue ball central. When you do that, it gives your opponent, when the reds are like this, it gives them less to work with as far as getting the cue ball back to bulk. Yeah, I don't even think that's an option. It may be that he's got to have a mini gamble and just try and leave the cue ball in the corner. He's attempting the return. No, almost playing what you call the old Ray Reardon shot, the in-off. If it goes in, you actually don't mind, but played it as well as could be expected. Yeah, there's the tap. Call that the Ray Reardon shot. That was One of those, he was a sly old fox. The great Ray Reardon. And he would play that shot and going off and pretend to look disappointed when he actually played it.
Ray Reardon, the oldest ranking event winner at 50. John Higgins tonight, if he wins, would become second oldest. Turned 49 in May. Ray's record's going to go, isn't it? I think we know the candidates. I know 3 of them who could take it in the next year or so. Of course, Mark Williams won the Tour Championship just a few weeks after turning 49 earlier this year. RonnieO'Sullivan will be that age in December. Yeah, he got away with that one. Raises his hand to acknowledge it. It was all very free-flowing this afternoon, wasn't it? But perhaps inevitably it's become a more tense affair this evening as we get nearer to the business end of this whole tournament. Yeah, so mistake from Higgins. Selby coming up to 26 minutes. There you go, since his last pot.
Well,
Well, if he's going to get close to a red, he's going to need all his reserves of power with a shot. Oh, that is a fabulous shot. It really is. And if the black goes, which I'm pretty certain it does, this might be a better chance after this next shot. But that was pure class, that brown.
six.
It's been 18 months since his last success in a ranking event, but maybe the talk of the sort of drought is a little overstated
13.
because he's actually won a ranking event every year since 2014. It's the longest current run of any player in terms of winning one every year.
14.
It's just there are so many, aren't there? You know, if you go a few without success, people start to notice, I guess.
Twenty.
2 in 1 shot this time. Try and flick the red half ball. the right side of it, obviously. If you miss it, pink is waiting.
$21.
Just didn't judge the pace of it.
$27. $98. $34. Mark Selby, 34.
That annoyed him. There was some hard work still to come in this frame, but that miss frustrated him.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
This final's following a similar path to last year's British Open final. Mark Williams got the better of Mark Selby 10-7. It was a score fest in the afternoon, and then in the evening, of the 9 frames, there were only a couple of 60-odd breaks, so the scoring dried up then as well. Oh, John, foul 7 if the black... Oh, wow.
Foul.
That is a major mistake.
Max Selby, 7.
Really is. So Mark Selby, helped by the 7 points, 19 in front.
1.
Yeah, 19 and 3 pinks is 40, so looking for one of the reds on the cushion.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a difficult
7.
match, but it's not through want of trying. They've still been attacking. It's just that mistakes have crept in. It must be to do with the fact that, you know, there's a big title on the line. And it is big, despite all they've won between them. when you've gone a while without one. It's a big prize to land and really give yourself an injection of confidence going forward the rest of the season.
8.
For Selby, of course, he's already in the Champion of Champions. He did win the Championship League, but the Players Series, that would be certainly the first couple of events of that would be locked down for him. But also he's been looking to enjoy snooker again, and of course, it's just a fact
14.
to enjoy it more when you're winning.
$15.
No heroics here. Dead straight would be absolutely fine.
$21.
Yeah, absolutely made sure. Quite rightly, 2 snookers needed.
Pink ball.
Help as well, 47 in front now, so
28.
okay with the red on. The free ball is a possibility, but Mark Selby, well, he may be snookered himself, but still a big favourite.
Mark Selby, 28.
It was a big error from Higgins to catch that black the way he did.
Frame conceded. Frame max
Conceded enough of that frame. So again, it wasn't the most flowing frame of snooker. Mark Selby doesn't care. He's won it. He's 2 from the title, leading 8-5. Welcome back to Cheltenham. Mark Selby's won
Thank you,
37
the 14th
professional
frame.
titles, but
John Higgins to
strangely,
break.
none of the ones we've covered here over the last decade on ITV. And we remind him all the time of that, but after tonight, that might have to stop because he's 2 away from lifting this British Open title. John Higgins has got to try and cut out the errors that simply weren't there this afternoon. Although he was 5-3 down, he played outstandingly well himself. But the breaks have dried up tonight. It's been a more disjointed affair. There's still time for that to change. For Higgins, though, it'll have to be soon.
Another fabulous pot. It's almost the hallmark of how well a player is cueing. It's such a difficult shot that to even get close to the pot, in all honesty. And he's looking to press ahead with the long straightish green. Oh, that's superb. That is wonderful. It really is. And there was no hesitation. Didn't even think about the safety shot.
Ball.
Yeah, reminiscent actually of this afternoon, the quality that we saw, as David said. Really is. When he gets in form, this fella, he's unplayable.
Yeah, there have been several times in this tournament where he's gone on the offensive, he's pressed. We saw it last night, actually, with Mark Allen after that seemingly interminable re-rack in frame 1. Straight away when the frame actually started again, he was on the attack. And maybe at 8-5, a little bit more breathing space, this is the time now. He's sensing he can all but get the match won. Of course, he had all those deciders earlier in the tournament. He is sort of known for them. He'd much rather win more comfortably.
No, that was a fabulous shot as well. What it means is that he's pretty much guaranteed the low black
18.
now, almost picking his spot from the left wing to meet the right half of the pack, I would imagine. They're going deep on the cue ball.
19.
Okay, so there's the low black. I mean, as far as going deep and getting the cue ball spinning through them, he's the man for the job, but boy, there's a lot of reds to get through. See? Oh, wow. What a shot that is. Not many players in the game could get the cue ball spinning the second time. Watch this. Once, twice, actually 3 times. Wonderful shot.
$27. $32. $33.
The action he gets on the cue ball is largely because of the length of the backswing. Just watch it when he plays a shot with any power. It's so long. I mean, he's a big fella, so he actually disguises it well. But it comes all the way back.
39.
See, he's able to get the cue ball spinning that bit better when he's near his best. Also gives you such a wider range of shots. Looking at the cannon, so he must be playing it because there's no loose red to play on. Almost try to find the gap through them, just there. Perfect.
$44. $45. $50. 51.
So he has engineered a wonderful opportunity to get to within one of victory. Talk about his form and, you know, a slight title drought, but of course he has had off-table issues, which he's opened up about.
56.
That have obviously affected his game. I think for Mark Selby, though, and it's been true since he was a boy, the snooker table has always been a haven away from the outside world. It's where he almost feels the most comfortable.
$57.
One of the great champions in any era. He could have competed in any era that you can pick with this all-round game he's got. Tactical nous, his potting, his shot making, his break building, his temperament. And it seems it's all coming together again here. So as you see, this is the ball that should get him to 9-5 and to the brink of victory in this British Open final. This has been another masterful break. This is the sort of snooker he was playing this afternoon.
$71.
He's already made two
72.
total clearances in this match, 137 and 135 this afternoon. You did say, Alan, at the start of the week we were chatting backstage that you thought he was playing well. You'd noticed it as the
79.
season had gone on.
Yeah, well, I was lucky to spend quite a bit of time with Mark last week in Brentwood at the English Open
80.
and chatted to him, basically chatting snooker and his form, how he's feeling, how he's playing. And there was an awful lot of good stuff in there. Ultimately, he had a terribly disappointing result in the quarter-final to Ishpreet Singh Chadha 5-4 on the black. But I've seen enough and also spoke to him enough to kind of feel that this might be
82.
in the offing. I think one other thing that I kind of
83.
suggested at the end of this afternoon with a chat with Rob, I kind of suggested that John's got to be careful when he breaks off, leaving the half ball red. He did it in frame 8 and Mark made a 137. He did it in this frame, the exact same break off, and this is the result of
85.
that. Not a lot John can do about it, granted.
86.
But isn't it good, David, to see him play like the champion we know he is?
Absolutely. He's been such an important figure in the sport the last decade and more. Just his attitude to the game,
91.
the respect he has for it as well, because he was never given anything, Mark Selby. He had to work for it. He's still working. That may have been a kick. He's staring at the cue ball accusingly because he's been denied another century. But he's made 91 and he's one away from victory, still giving the cue ball a stare. But the fact is, he leads 9-5.
Thank you, the 15th frame. Max Selby to break.
So Selby went on the front foot there and it worked. Can he now put the match away? John Higgins, of course, will have other ideas, but it suddenly seems a long way back, doesn't it? First time there's been a 4-frame gap.
Yeah, John has trailed 9-5 in big finals before and prevailed. But this seems like a mammoth task ahead of him. What does he have left? I hate to say it, but there's a tinge of resignation about John's face there. He's not giving in, not by a long shot. But Mark Selby, like all the great champions, is a tremendous finisher in finals. Oh, look at this cue ball. I mean, I know it's not the most difficult shot ever, but it's almost effortless, quite honestly. And just when the winning line is beginning to present itself, that's when so many times in the past he truly comes alive.
Twelve. 13.
Yeah, here it is then. No problem with, as we know, the power into the three together and get the cue ball spitting back towards him. Just fabulous. It really is. That is awesome. All right, his next shot's going to be awkward, but look at the spread. If this next shot goes correctly,
20.
they're going to be all there for him.
It's just so awkward to get to, but he's played it superbly. So this is a serious chance now, as Alan says, to get it won. Of course, he hasn't qualified for the next event in Wuhan in China at the weekend, but this will more than ease the blow of that.
$28. 29.
I think Mark Selby's a player who's been massively misunderstood and misrepresented actually over the years as a slogger and a grinder. If you've watched today's final, you'll have seen the different levels to his game, the different facets to it, including the scoring, the shot making, and in situations like this, the bottle as well.
$36.
Because everyone has their favourite styles and favourite players and preferences on how they like to see snooker played.
37.
But you know what? What's not boring? Winning.
42.
He took a little time out in the last frame on about 20 odd just to get his mind on the order that he wanted to take the red colours, and he's kind of done the same just then. Just kind of going round looking at things that weren't really there. They weren't really a thing because it, you know, stun the red in, you get a straight pink. But he's that smart and clever. You know, I was talking about
the second man,
the late great Ray Reardon disguising things when he was playing. It's a trait that Mark Selby also has. You know, even there, just clean the white, please, referee, or the pink's going to be spotted. So he backs off, little time out, sip of water, just keep everything nice and calm.
Yeah, it's a good comparison. I mean, Ray Reardon, he would use sort of laughter, wouldn't he, to his advantage. It'd be all smiles and then suddenly go for the jugular. We saw a little bit of that last night with Selby after the re-rack. It was all laughing and joking. Next minute, a long red had flown in, he won the frame. Another legend that we lost earlier this year, Ray Reardon.
$50.
Truth is, we're all standing on the shoulders of giants. One day they'll be naming trophies after this man.
$55.
Shouldn't be a problem because any angle on the next black, even straight, is absolutely fine.
$56.
There you are. He's pretty much straight, but the red to right centre, if he wants it, will do nicely. Just another time out, a little breather, because he knows he's almost there. But as is his way, he typically plays a shot that certainly
63.
I know Stephen Hendry believes, and I do too, that he's the best in the game at that shot. Red and a simple blue to follow. He's going to be the champion.
64.
Yeah, at the end of last season, Mark Selby was very disappointed to lose in the Tour Championship. First round of the World Championship, was talking about possibly retiring. Thank goodness he didn't. Because when you can play like this, why wouldn't you want to carry on? He's so tough. He's proved it again. Barring snookers, this is for the title. Would love this in, just to, you feel, confirm it. And in it goes.
70.
And now the relief will descend. John Higgins, a week ago, dropped out of the top 16 after 29 years. The obituaries were being written for his career. Typical Higgins, he got back in after a week, but he'll still be disappointed, of course, not to get his hands on the trophy. But what can you say about the man at the table? What a warrior he is, what a fighter,
73.
What a player, full stop. We saw a week ago at the English Open, Neil Robertson return after a barren spell. These great players do not stay down for long. Their resolve, their determination
81.
comes back to the fore again, as it has done this week for
82.
Mark Selby. Remember, he had 4 deciders, some of them very close, that he had to survive. But he played really well last night in the semi-finals, even better in the first session this afternoon, and again at the end of this match to get it won. 91 in the last frame, and whatever this finishes up as.
$88. $93.
He wants a century. He'll settle for 93.
Selby, 93.
Mark Selby ends an 18-month wait for a world ranking title. John Higgins, as ever, gracious in defeat. It was a wonderful first session. Hard fought at the start of the evening, but Selby pulled away at the end. He wins the British Open for the first time, ranking title number 23. He's beaten John Higgins by 10 frames to 5.
Mark Selby!